Also, all right, welcome back to another stream. I just realized my webcam is not plugged in. Uh, where is that? Besides that, before I go get that plugged in, wherever I put it at, we do have a tornado warning ongoing in Illinois, which we had. Well, this was warned back over towards like Edinburgh and Sharpsburg, and then kind of had an area rotation here, uh, over just southeast of Grove City, and then has been kind of going make its way towards the northeast. It did have a merger, so we kind of have a broad area rotation. May have another one just to the north of that was trying to possibly spin there, but for the most part, the area that we have concern right now for a tornado threat is got to be just north of Macomb. We also do have a couple areas up here more north, like over in Fairbury, Chatsworth, which there are some areas that are rotating as well. And there's also a few wind damage reports and all that. Actually, I'm kind of curious, what are these wind damage reports looking like here? I imagine a lot of these are emergency management. Okay, never mind. Not all of them are emergency management, but one of them was actually broadcast media, and then he had another one which was Co-op Observer. Looks like near Rochelle. I was gonna say Rochelle's all the way up here. This is like central Illinois, basically, or here. I don't know if I don't know if this is still considered northern Illinois, but this is more like central. Oh my lord, better Ryan Hall is live. Wild thing to say in chat. Where is my webcam at? What's back here? Why was my webcam all the way in the back of my room? I swear, there's like okay. So I have my laptop and microphone that I have at my other my dorm on the left side over here, which I'm not using, of course, right now. And then I think everything else is I have that you normally use is plugged in anyways to my PC. Okay. It looks like near Rochelle because of Sheldon. Got 7 radios for Christmas. I got 4. I got 4 books and let me get my if this thing will turn on. Maybe is this thing? I know this thing's plugged in. Come on, webcam. I may have to re-add the thing. I may have to re-add the source to OBS because that's typically what happens. Illinois climate in a nutshell. Yeah, that sounds pretty much yeah. Looks like another severe dust warning, tornado pulse tag, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. One thing I will say about storms in general being near the Lincoln radar or KILX, if I don't get tongue tied here, is the amount of contamination that comes with it on velocities. There we go. Okay, this thing is like way off. This is the thing. This is the thing that I do before and during stream where I'm screwing around with my webcam just to get in the right place so I can turn on my chroma key. Because I have a green screen in the back. Alright. Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright, so webcam is on now. Looking at velocity, still looks like we may have some broad rotation, but it doesn't look like it's as tight a rotation. This is also like 3 minutes behind on velocity, so be ready for the freeze. Oh my god, the freeze is gonna be quite the freeze. Let me actually get College DuPage forecast mouse site up real quick. I'll see if I can. I gotta get used to switching to everything again. Can you tell I haven't streamed in 2 months because I need to reorientate myself? There we go. $20 drop. I was gonna say because right now it's in around 50s. Right now here, and then it drops down to like really like freezing cold. Alright, so here is, we'll take a look at the GFS and we'll also look at the Euro for temperatures. And also just realized my webcam is also not working on here. That's nice. Got Midland WR300 version 4, Midland WR400 DSP, Midland HH54 VP2 version 15, alert works, year 10 black, first alert WX150, and solar crank CR 1009. Holy man. Like, the cold, I don't know, I was gonna say swing, I don't know, man. I think it's gonna, well, I guess you could say swing. I was thinking of a different word, but it's completely just like blanked off my mind. It just went. We also do, as we also look down more towards the southwest too, we got storms that are initiating down towards the southwest. Are got to be making their same way here as these storms as well. So a lot of these storms are going from basically like this point to here, and then I'll make its way into Indiana, which these storms are like, well, at least the ones at the north side here are not too far off from entering to Indiana. But probably got at least a couple hours, probably an hour or two before they start making their way into Indiana as well. Yeah. Now we'll take a look at the GFS, which this is 12Z. You could see, like, obviously this is 12Z, so it's gonna be from this, basically gonna be relative to this morning. You can see how just that temperature gradient between the backside of the low and that front right here, because this is a cold front setup. You got your 40s in like the middle here, and then you got obviously your 50s, and if you go a little bit down to the south, you got your 60s and 70s. And look at that. Super, super cold. It's literally we literally are going from spring and then going, bam, winter mode. And even on the Euro, it shows the same thing too with 12Z, which 12Z is still loading in apparently. How low is the north going? Let's see here. For some people, I will say it will probably feel like the Ice Age, to be honest. Also, some Midland weather, walkie-talkies. Low going north. Yeah, low is going north, which I could switch back to that again. Which we could actually take a look at the mean sea level pressure / wind, which this is where it's at, relatively at right now, where we have that low. Right now it's still gonna be deepening, which right now is at 996. The future wrap has this going to like 988, which is pretty deep, and on the backside it'll be really windy. Which actually, I do want to take a look at the wind speeds at some of these. Let me actually go to Pivotal Weather for that, because Pivotal Weather I feel like has a little bit easier way of showing that. So we got MSLP. wind. Let me switch this over to the model loop. Not model loop. I need not that forecast loop. There we go. So here is the 12Z GFS, and obviously this will show the low a little bit further behind because it's 12Z. But let's see how windy the backside of this will be as this is deepening in its pressure. And I do wonder. Let me go to Euro as well. Basically, kind of like the same idea. Basically, Pivotal Weather now also has the AI version of the GFS, which I looked at that. I'm just like, yeah, I still probably won't even use the AI version of a forecast model. I don't even use the AI version of the Euro. Prime Spring to Antarctica, yeah. Oh, okay, hold on. We have a confirmed tornado. Okay, hold on. It looks like this was on the ground a little bit ago too. Like as of 3:16, this show was showing to be on the ground, and that went over to near Turpin. And as of about a minute ago, looks like it's crossing 121. That is indeed a CC drop. Yes, that is indeed a tornado. And if we go back a little bit on velocities too, you can see how tight that velocity was right in there too. And that looks like it's not as tight with the velocities as it was a little bit ago. This is going towards Long Creek. I'll have to see within the next radar update here to see if it is still on the ground or not. But yeah, that is indeed a tornado right in there. That started from here and it's still could likely be on the ground. John McKinney is actually right near this thing. I really need to start getting in contact with some storm chasers here so I can be able to use their streams on their stream on my stream, I guess, basically. Yeah, this is the as I'm aware of the first tornado of the day. So I have weatherwise on standby just in case Radar Omega decides to start breaking itself, because that's usually what happens sometimes during these streams. Because I don't know what it is with Radar Omega, man. Also looks like there is a severe thunderstorm warning that is up here north, which has actually a 70-mile-per-hour wind and also a pulse tag on it as well, which if we do have rotation, it's going to be just near Kempton, right in there. I don't know if that's super tight rotation, but there is rotation in there. I'm still waiting for a radar update here. Oh, whoa. That is a much more sizable debris signature than the last scan. That is a much more yeah, I mean, obviously they gotta extend the tornado warning, but I mean, question is, are they gonna continue with just observed tornado warning, or are they gonna end up issuing this thing as a PDS? That's what I'm wondering what they're gonna do. Because I mean, velocities aren't. I mean, they're not super tight, but that debris signature is pretty deep. All right, so that was a tornado warning that just got issued there. Extension of tornado warning. Oh, whoa! Actually, we have another tornado warning up here north. Once that loads in, we'll take a look at it. We may have to switch over to weather-wise in a second here. Yeah, that is the deep. That is a deep debris signature. Let me actually hold on. Give me a second here to switch over to weather-wise, because weather-wise right now is gonna be loading a lot faster. So we have a new tornado warning up here, and that was at the area that we were looking at earlier over near Kempton, which now is a tornado warning. The town that's included in this is Ashcombe, and it technically, I don't know if Stell's like a town or it's like an incorporated type of thing. Clifton is also included within this as well. Let's see here. They haven't extended that tornado warning quite yet. See if we still have that debris signature. I mean, we still do have a debris signature there. Definitely not as deep as it was with what we saw like a few seconds ago. Still waiting to see if when they're gonna issue that tornado warning. All right, there we go. They just extended that tornado warning, which now includes, we got Kasner, Cerro Gordo, Oakley, and Mill Mine included within this new tornado warning here. And this is all still in Illinois as well. Long Creek. Yeah, I don't even know what the rating would be for that. What? Well, I was gonna say we're probably. Well, I mean, we're gonna have to wait till. I mean, the Weather Service obviously, like, the National Service surveys the damage area. I can imagine we probably had. I don't know if we had significant damage, but I mean, with how deep that debris signature was, it could. I mean, definitely could have been some type of well, for sure, obviously damage, but so it could be weakening, not North Illinois, unfortunately. I was gonna say, because with North Illinois, we haven't had I don't think we've really had a proper severe weather event this year. We've sure had quite a few snow events though, and also a dust storm. There's also that. That was interesting. When near Campton looks a little tight. I was gonna say, because that's the one we were looking at earlier too. Oh yeah, that definitely looks like that is definitely tighter. Would not be surprised if that does end up dropping a tornado at any moment here. Two tornadoes in December, yeah. And also, I was gonna say, interesting thing too, because I don't know how many of you guys remember, where we had in the and then yeah in the South, like in Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, where we had like last year on this exact day where we had that outbreak. I think I actually oh, let me find it. So this day right here, basically, last year, where we had that outbreak. Although, of course, today is not gonna be the exact magnitude that we saw last year on this day. I was thinking back to Mayfield outbreak, which Mayfield was already 4 years ago. Holy, time flies, man. We still have a debris signature. Still looks like we may actually had a deepening. Why is this red? I usually have my coloring in white. Okay, there we go. We may have had a deepening in debris signature here again, and yeah, that is still a tornado on the ground just north of the place. Let me show you guys this on Radar Omega because I like Radar Omega's color table a little bit better. Yeah, that is quite the debris signature there. And that's definitely some contamination on the backside here. So there's your velocities, and then your debris would be over here. So I think reflectivity and velocities are probably a little bit mismatched here. Is true, dead man walking legs there from it. I swear, I did not realize that. I swear, I don't know how I managed to like draw these things, man. Still observe tag, of course. Let me go back up here real quick. Check back on this. Still got obviously the rotation there. Was tight there, but looks like could have brought. What is that arrow? Yeah, definitely could have weakened a little bit. Okay, that was another weird arrow I drew there. I cannot draw today. Yeah, much pure coincidence, basically. Back in October, an EF1 hit close to my town, but was into the county, into the country. Looks a little weaker rotation, yeah. Much weaker than probably this one down here, maybe. Or at least just comparing that one to up there. This one did just get a extension on a tornado warning, however, which includes Clifton, Chibance, Martinton, Beaverville, and Pepineo. I'm trying my best here with pronouncing these town names, to be honest. Giving it a shot. That's a tornado warning there. Extension of a tornado warning. I did not want to click on that. Check on our debris signature. Actually, that does make me want. Let me go back a little bit here. Let me turn on dual view here, because sometimes this can help as well. So if we kind of track from Kastner, do we have a second tornado that just spun up behind, or is that just debris fallout here? Because this kind of like, if we go back a little bit here, because this correlates with that, but not so much with this. Perhaps. Okay, Radar Omega is having a weird out here with its alerts. Wind's picking up where I am. Bro, I'm interested. I was gonna say I'm interested in seeing how much when it's gonna start picking up later through tonight over here, because I think if I can find it with what National Service Chicago put out, I gotta scroll. So gusts of 45 to 55 with strong westerly winds. That is pretty gusty. Yeah, that's just, yeah, radar. Yeah, that's yeah. I don't even know what to say. It's the Radar Omega way, I guess. I don't know, man. Also another thing that I wanted to point out too. I actually have a new you guys probably saw it, but I have a new like kind of like I don't know what to call it, like look to thumbnails, I guess. Because normally my previous streams had that blue like border, and now with the current thumbnails, I have like one out bracket here and there, almost like a kind of like a picture, I guess, picture frame. No, I'm sticking with how I do my thumbnails. I'm definitely not gonna do that. Yeah, this is okay. Hold on. Let me just. Why is this so large? So yeah, this is what thumbnails would kind of look like now, basically. So it still keeps the like SBC outlook, but it has like these, basically. But in the thumbnail, we're all gonna explode by change color fonts of right arrow. Yeah, CC. This is probably the most interesting look to CC I've seen in a while when it comes to tornadoes. Because we first saw this, and then that this debris signature on CC here near Camp Warren in Long Creek, and then that went through Kasner, and then had a debris signature. Potentially, I'm still trying to figure out if that is contamination. Because I mean, we could also have a case where with tornadoes where it occludes, where it goes like this, but then takes its way up, like how kind of like Greensburg or even Enderlin actually did the same thing. But I don't think that's the case here. But and then we had that on, then we had this right on the backside, which looks like that CC for whatever may have occurred there kind of fizzled out, and we saw all of this going on right here. which if we correlate that to CC, let me go back to, because there's a good chance that it could be just clear air contamination, but better take a look just in case. So I think if we have, I was gonna say, because I don't really see much left in terms of tornado that could possibly be on the ground. If I go to storm relatives, it does look like there's at least rotation still left there. But it's not as tight as it was earlier. Wind. Trash can lids are trash can lids outside are opening. That just reminded me of that one graphic, if I can find it. That reminds me of this. It's yeah, it's pretty still up here. Yeah, brain's mostly stopped. I want to take a look at. This is a good thing with having multiple radar things. Where I can, if I want to look at one location, I can go to a different radar app or site and whatnot. There's also, just want to note as well, there's also, where is weather alerts on here? Okay, there we go. We turn on all the winter alerts. There's two areas that have, well, a couple states that have blizzard warnings right now. We got one in the UP of Michigan and upper Wisconsin, and then we have one going from all the way up here in North Dakota. Got some in South Dakota going down to Minnesota, and then down into like the northern half of Iowa. Kind of the up there Aurora Airport thing. I was gonna say how long was or how long did it take for them to update that? There's leaf rotation, bro. Ah, yes, my favorite leaf eddies. Last update was 220. That's over like an hour. Holy. All right. They still have this tornado warning still going. Is that still the case on whether? Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm like double checking between different things here. So I'm like, wait, is that still going or not? Yeah, this tornado warning is still going. I imagine they're eventually. I mean, they're eventually gonna cancel it out. We still have this tornado warning still going on up here. Let me go back a little bit. We actually may have two separate areas that are rotating. One near Clifton and the other. They're like two different areas rotating right near each other. Let me check CC. Nothing on the CC, but we could have had a brief tornado possibly earlier, but Yeah, no tornadoes on either of those. They did extend the tornado warning. Alright, so we no longer have a confirmed tornado, but just mainly areas that are rotating right now, which we still have a little bit of rotation near Bodmin and Voorhees, but one thing I want to check is because I have a PWS or a personal weather station. I wonder how much raining I got on it. Almost an inch and a half of rainfall. Alright, this is still going. What is this, man? I mean, almost inch and a half is. I mean, it's a good amount of rain. Not the. I wouldn't say it's a lot, but because back in August, I think I got like more than 6 inches on the rain gauge for that 1 week. Apparently there was, let's see here, possible tornado damage this morning south of Peoria near Pekin, Illinois. Significant damage from flows shared by Tazewell County EMA. So there was a tornado this morning south of Peoria. All right, so they finally, okay, what is going on there? All right, so that tornado warning that had the confirmed on it has been canceled out finally. Still mostly areas that are rotating for the most part. Let me go back to Storm Relative, which that area that was rotating earlier looks like it's pretty much just weakened out at this point, or just pretty much almost doesn't exist now. Other than that, we still just got this one area up here, which we actually do have a tornado on this. We actually may have two actually here. Because we got that area here and then another one here. And then that, okay, that just went into one CC there. And that's now observed. So we're back to have a confirmed tornado. This is going to be going northeast for St. Anne and St. Anne Woods in Illinois. Pretty much two tornadoes are already confirmed today, yeah. And I think were both of these inside the 5%? I think both of them are in the 5% area for the most part. Although this one might have been between the 2 and the 5, but either way, they did incur inside where tornadoes were expected today. So. And looking at the latest scans for velocities, that is a much more broad rotation. So it looks like we had a brief spin up there. Although looking at the green and red here, that is not even anywhere close to an arrow there. Jesus. I need to up my drawing skills. But yeah, we still have a tight air rotation. Once again, still going towards areas of St. Anne Woods. But just was broad for like I think a second before retightening its rotation. And the Storm Prediction Center did just release another mesoscale discussion, so let's take a look at that in a second here. So, alright. This is the mesoscale discussion. Threat for tornadoes with embedded circulations will continue along with occasional wind damage. So, wind and tornadoes being the main threats along this QLCS threat through, obviously, this afternoon into this evening. This mesoscale discussion is valid to 5:15 this afternoon. Davenport temps starting to go down. I'm gonna take a look at that storm reports. Where is there we go. Surface. So there's other thing I look at with the like surface map basically. And this would be I mean I think Quad Cities is somewhere around here. I think it would be this one here. 39, 39. So yeah, you can tell your cold front's right here too. I really wish I had a drawing program on here. Do I? I think I. Oh no, I do. I just don't have it. Oh. Looks like we're back to broad rotation as well on this tornado. Not much of a CC at this point. Take a look at downstream here because I saw another area near Marathon. Although that's on the backside, which typically you wouldn't have rotation on the backside of a storm, but yeah, one severe dust warning still going down here. Toronto Postag with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let me take a look at the rest of this line here, see if we got anything potentially rotating here. Always usually, one thing I've always really liked relative storm, the high-rise storm relative velocity for is when it comes to when, obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but before hurricanes make their landfall and they have like a tornado outbreak. I used it a lot during like Milton and also Hurricane Beryl last year. So observe tag on this tornado warning still. We'll see if they do end up extending that tornado warning. which there's a likely chance they do end up extending it, because usually that is what happens. Let me go back to the dual view real quick here. It still seems like we have a tight area rotation here, just east of St. Anne, and still a tornado on the ground still as well. But CC looks like that is the case here. So I'll have to see with the next couple of minutes when they do end up issuing another tornado warning here. Broad area rotation again with the latest scan. Neighbors' winter decorations got knocked over by the wind. I was gonna say, I can imagine there's probably gonna be quite a few winter decorations going flying with that wind. Wind. And there's the extension on the tornado warning. They actually made a much larger tornado warning here. Extending it, like, it goes in, it's from, like, one half Illinois to the other. Yeah, well, one half of Indiana and one half of Illinois. If that even makes sense of what I'm saying. It's not, well, obviously not the entire state, but that portion. And that also sells observed tornado tag on it too. So on the Illinois side, we got Donovan, Beaverville, Hopkins Park, Rocky, and then on Indiana side, we got Brook. I think that's Mount Ayr, Morocco, Enos. And that is still a confirmed tornado warning as well. Just to reiterate that. Which the confirmed tornado we've been seeing is up in Illinois. And Radar Omega is taking like 3 years to load the thing. Okay, there we go. And this looks like it is starting to become contaminated on velocities here. Don't think we really have much of a tornado on the ground here, and we're starting to see uh, likely clear air contamination because this is outside that reflectivity here. But interesting thing that they did a tornado warning for this large of an area here. I am noticing an area here though near St. Anne Woods though. That looks like could be tight rotation, but having severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is. I don't know if this is one that was. This has been. I think this is one and has been the one severe thunderstorm warning that's been warned for a while with 70-mile-per-hour winds on it. Which looking a little bit south here, it looks like there's like almost like a hook on it, but nothing really in terms of rotation on it. And we are having more severe thunderstorm warnings pop up down here at southeast of Decatur. Still got observe tag on this tornado warning. I think we at this point I think we have just contamination at this point there, and not really an actual tornado on the ground. Right, Omega having issues again as per usual. Still got observe tag. This observe tag will probably be dropped in a few moments here. This tornado warning was issued within National Weather Service Chicago's area or K-Lot. I don't really see the case that where we have another tornado around here, especially down here. Which down here we don't really have much, I would say, for rotation. I got a severe dust warning all the way down here now, in southern Illinois, which also has tornado possibility again as well. And do have rotation to be likely in here somewhere. Where the oh. Anything for Central Kentucky? Let me take a look here. Which we'll take a look at the. I mean, there's a deterministic models, but I'd rather take a look at the. Uh, like HRRR and the. I know this is probably the first time I've really been using the RRFS, but we'll be looking at the RRFS because that is what's gonna be, if I remember correctly, replacing the HRRR next year, and a couple other models too. Let me zoom this out. I don't know why this is so zoomed in here. All right, so if we take a look at the reflectivity, get an idea here. This is gonna be way behind, so it's not gonna show the full picture, but it's got what the HRRR's got here. It's got like a full QLCS still going through even through this evening and overnight hours. Which if that's gonna be the case through overnight hours, I would definitely expect some gusty winds. I don't know about the tornado threat, but because most of the tornado threat is more than it's mostly expected through obviously this afternoon to this evening, where we're looking at between Illinois and Indiana. I mean, we already had a couple tornadoes already, but and we'll take a look at the RRFSA. And it's basically got a similar story to the HRRR, basically, where we have this QLCS, and we have more storms firing up later in the evening in Arkansas and even into Texas, actually, as well. And then that goes into kind of just overnight hours and kind of fizzing out as it makes its way into West Virginia and all that. Yeah, I definitely would expect at least some gusty winds for later through this evening. You know what? I usually don't look at the NAM 3K because I feel I mean it kind of follows the same story. I mean it follows the same story as the other two with RRFS A and A triple R, but there's times I feel like the NAM 3K just doesn't do convection well at all. I mean there's times I could be doing good, but the only thing in terms of the NAM model that I actually use is just the regular NAM. And even the NAM has its own issues when it comes to the cold bias. Especially during the winter season. I'm looking at the area near Tuscola here. May have an area that is rotating here, just south of Tuscola. Although it's kind of weak and like broad. May have a couple areas up here as well, but they're not super pronounced. Area near Sydney, maybe. Because there's kind of a hook here. Still got observe tag on this tornado warning here, which I'm surprised that National Service Chicago hasn't dropped quite yet. So even on weatherwise, it's still observed as well. Alright, they just issued another tornado warning just south of that. It is just radar indicated tornado warning. Which it covers both Illinois and Indiana as well. So on the Illinois side, we got Shelton and Milford, and then on the Indiana side, we got Kentland, Fowler, and Oxford. They still have, once again, they still have not dropped that observe tag yet. Also looks like the missile analysis has updated as well. We'll go over to that. I gotta constantly readjust this window on OBS. And you can see your QLC, well, it's not a full, like, solid QLCS, but it's like a combination between semi-discrete and, well, squall line, I guess. It's like mixed mode here. I think I spiked my audio spike there for a second too. Is everybody who's wearing headphones okay after that? I almost forgot to post this to my community tab as well. All right. So yeah, we're got severe dust warning down here now with tornado piles tag on as well. I just realized I was looking at weatherwise and not Radar Omega for that. Jesus. I said, did they have to change the way Creator Studio is on YouTube? I'll update my title real quick. Because the way they have they updated it is Stream said it like where you change the title is like completely different where it used to be. So this feels like a Hulu interface almost. Well, Hulu but not Hulu. Yeah, exactly. Hulu, yeah. There's a flash flood report up here in Portage, Indiana. Law enforcement. Part of Willow Creek Road on the south side of Portage flooded with several inches of standing water. Multiple vehicles get stuck in the floodwaters. Separate report of flooding was illustrated from a train spotter. Gotta take this off because we don't really have a confirmed tornado anymore. Well, we haven't had one in the last, I don't know, half hour. Well, I want to say half hour, but it's definitely not been half hour yet. More like 20 minutes, maybe. I'm be right back real quick. If I can find the thing on my thing. Actually, hold on, because we just got a new tornado warning. This is also in Indiana. You got Egypt, Rensselaer, Pleasant Ridge, Hanging Grove, Aches, Par, Fair Oaks, Wheatfield, and Taft in Indiana. That is included within this tornado warning. So this is I mean, it's quite the sizable tornado warning we got here. This is what you typically would see for QLCS type of tornado events. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. The tornado warning completely interrupted things, I guess. But yeah. Anyways. All right, I'm back. Oh, now Nightbot wants to work. That's fun. So if we do have areas that are rotating, we got one near Rob. Not 100% sure, not 100% sure about any of these areas down there. They got potentially an area near Brook. We got potentially not a couple areas here, but this is definitely the more notable. I want to say notable, but I want to say it's super strong, or it's at least one of the more noticeable ones. All both of the both of those are radar indicated. The one that was just observed, that took a while for them to take that down to radar indicated. I was gonna say, isn't the Gary North Dakota tornado one the one that was like doing a wiggle, or am I thinking of a different one? Okay, yeah, then that one was probably my most favorite because of how just just due to how interesting it is. Because I don't think I've ever seen. I mean, obviously, I've seen tornado videos where you have tornadoes doing like wiggle or wedges and whatnot. But I don't think I've ever seen a tornado do that on video before. Oh. Whew. I got another severe thunderstorm warning. Could be all the way down here in Illinois, covering over by Danville, which does also a tornado pause on as well. Which you can see by reflectivity, it looks like it has a kind of a hook there, but not anything in terms of rotation and alerts breaking themselves. Part 90. We also got starting to see more wind damage reports come on in. We got one in Owen Nesco, Illinois. Tree down by thunderstorm winds. We got a couple near Decatur. One near Decatur, County Macomb, Public. Got another one over here, Mount Zion. Multiple tree snap, possible tornado, Twitter report. So yeah, there. I mean, I wouldn't be. I mean, I'm not surprised that it is that they put possible tornado on that, considering the CC that we saw on that. Do we have prefrontals popping up over here? Let me go back a little bit back here. Okay, no, that is just probably just stratiform rain. And I was gonna say, if anybody wants to, like count the amount of times Radar Omega has broken its alerts on his stream, go ahead, man. It would be an interesting compilation, is what they call it. What you call it? Should have been EF4 in my opinion. I was gonna say, I definitely. It definitely could have been. One thing I am interested in is because with the Enderline EF5 tornado, where the train itself is not a standard damage indicator, and they brought in a bunch of like engineers and all that, of course, including Tim Marshall, and they found that the strength. Let me load up the. I forgot what the. I don't know what they said specifically. I can load up the damage assessment toolkit. I don't remember off the top of my head what the estimated was. We got an archer dust warning that's just in front of this for 60 mile per hour winds and Toriel pause tag. Let's see here. Train. Let's see. There was one that said approximately 230. And there was another that said around 266 mile per hour winds. Yeah, so 266 mile per hour winds with that tornado, which is insane. Nose itching. This tournament watch goes to what time is 9 p.m. EST, 8 p.m. Central. I keep forgetting that Indiana and Illinois have like a really weird time zone split. Like as soon as you cross over to Indiana, you're immediately in Eastern, but then you go back in Illinois, back in Central. I think I have a time zone map somewhere on my weather site. Yeah. All right, so this is what the time zones look like. Like you have this really weird split because I always forget that Alabama is in Central because every time I think like of all the severe weather streams I've done down here with Alabama and like some of Florida, I always thought this would be like Eastern, the entire state being in Eastern, but apparently not. All right, so we have still 2 tornado warnings going on. Still, this one will probably be condensed eventually into Indiana. But otherwise, for the most part, a lot of storms that are tornado warned right now are on the Indiana side of things. What's my? Oh, I have plenty of. resources left on my PC. Radar Mega is just super laggy for no reason. Then again, it's probably not meant to move at this size of resolution, probably. Because my main monitor is a 1440p monitor. So it's pretty big monitor. Also, I don't know how many of you guys have seen on the community tab with me working on the 2025 vlog roundup, which that is pretty much almost done. I'm still waiting to see with later tonight and to tomorrow if we get any snow here, and if I can get recording of that, because I might add that. And then there's apparently supposed to be snow again on New Year's Eve. So there's a chance that I might end up releasing that video on January 1st. I have a bit of rotation here and also here, but I think we more than likely have a rotation down here near Goodland, Indiana, because you have more of a hook here. Not that you couldn't have rotation somewhere along these lines up here, but this looks like to be a semi-discrete supercell here. We'll have to watch that down the line and see what this does. Ugh. Take a look at the rest of the line here while I'm at it. Although we may be kind of in a gap in radar coverage here, so I spiked my audio again. Oops. I've once again, headphone users, as I say that, and I'm also wearing a headset. Like, hear my dryer making a bunch of noises over here. We'll take a look at the mesoscale analysis as well. You see that line right here, just the line of storms. And you can see 24 hours. This is about 4 hours ago, where you can still see where we had a bunch of cloud cover, which was hitting that cape primarily, and then the cloud cover started to kind of clear out, which I mentioned in my community post earlier, where the cloud cover would hinder the cape, which it honestly kind of did for the most part. Although we still had adequate enough instability where storms would still fire. We also still had adequate enough of wind shear. Now looking up here, still quite a bit of vorticity, which is probably, besides the wind shear, probably one of the reasons why we had these tornadoes that produce for the most part. And then you can see your 300 millbar and 500 millbar winds. Really strong winds in the upper levels. had a bit of a like where you see these little dips where we had the kind of like a shortwave and a 700 millbar, and I would say almost kind of the same thing in 850, but there's your surface ops, and you can see your temperatures are I mean, they're dropping. I'm kind of curious what the wind shear looks like. I mean, because if you have parallel, because I mean, you have parallel and what's the other word I'm blanking right now? I'm blank. It's gotta come to my brain soon here, at some point. But what if I just search it up and that's perpendicular? There we go. Because depending on if your wind shear is perpendicular or parallel, you'll either get um more linear line like this or a more cellular line, which we really haven't seen too much of a we really haven't seen too much of a discrete cell just due to the shear orientation. And then also another fact too, because we have a really strong cold front, so that kind of makes things more linear too. Other than that, still got 2 tornado warnings still going on. Both are radar indicated. We haven't really had any tornadoes confirmed or ongoing. Still gotta keep monitoring for ongoing tornado threat. We may be transitioning into more of a wind threat compared to a tornado threat for the most part. I think it was up here I was looking at. Yeah, it's up here I was looking at. Some may have an area trying to rotate in there, but it just hasn't been super strong. I like how YouTube keeps saying the audio stream's current bitrate is 0. It's lower than the recommended bitrate. Yeah, no, really, YouTube, because there's not really any audio going through for like 2 whole seconds. Alright, we have an extension on tornado warning. It's gonna be for Monon, Sitka, Lakeside, Francisville, and Indiana. So if you're those areas, make sure you get your safe place as you're now on tornado warning. The area rotation is going to be back over here. So it looks like they do have their eye on this area rotation right in here. So they'll probably let this one expire out. This one's probably still going to be away for a while. Because we still have potentially still areas that are rotating down here too. But for the most part, I think it's going to just be this one that is near Egypt, Indiana. That's been rotating for a while. May have a second one near Goodland, but I think it's the area near Egypt that we're concerned about right now for rotation. But yeah, anyways, I gotta eat dinner, so I'll be right back. Still got tornado warning still going on. Looks like this one, well, at least for this particular tornado warning here, they did issue a one big severe thunderstorm warning for this. Otherwise, still got a, obviously this tornado warning still going on. Trying to see if I can get a better view from this on any radar here. Oh, I didn't want to click on winter weather. Still potentially area rotating near Monin. Not near Monin, but west of Monin. I don't know what just went down in my throat. Still got areas down here. Severe thunderstorm warning going on. One year. Excuse me. Actually, may actually have an area near Perryville that's rotating. Because it got a bit of a, like a Popeye arm here. So we'll see what happens with that. I also got more storms starting to pop up. Kind of, well, these are pretty much prefrontals there. They're popping up before the front. And we may actually have a broad area rotation near Chrisman, potentially, but looking at not velocity, but reflectivity, got areas that are not as heavy in rainfall, so perhaps not really rain, perhaps not rotation. There we go. I got bread. And a drink. And I'm kind of going against my own rules with drinking milk during these streams, but honestly, it has been too bad. Probably helps that with me staying up late, but we have an area near between Woodline and Dix, Illinois here. You see it much better on Storm Relative right in there. There we go. I swear my sinuses are killing me. Can't be allergies because I can't imagine my allergies being anything. May actually have a nut area here that's rotating just south of Rockwood, Illinois. But this area over near Longtown is the one area that I have the most concern for right now. And of course, I forgot what area it was. It was down here. Yeah, down here. Where we had that area rotation. Would not be surprised to see if we have more of those along the line as we get through this evening, but we'll have to see. Tornado damage from earlier air storm, Pontiac, Illinois. It looks like there was tornado damage in Pontiac as well. So look, looking to see if we have anything at all with some of these. What is my chair getting stuck on? I think we have an area of rotation near Covington. At least according to what I'm seeing on High Risk Storm Relative. Not really seeing much on the areas that I was looking at earlier, other than maybe down here, but other than that, once again, it's right now mainly just I need mainly just wind threat for the most part now. Hearing a lot of update sounds. I think that's the this is probably watch being updated. Because I had 3 different sounds set up for alerts on weather-wise. So I have urgent sound alert for severe thunderstorm warnings, and then emergency sound alert for tornado warnings, and then tornado watch and severe thunderstorm watch is just the default alert sound. Also, it's a good thing that I did not want to click that. It's a good thing that the Indianapolis KIND radar's up, because it was down earlier for like a little bit. And we have another severe thunderstorm warning. Gonna be all the way up here in Lafayette, from Covington, Lafayette, and Delphi for 6-mile-per-hour winds and tornado pass tag as well. Have not, once again, really haven't had any tornadoes as of for a while now. We had quite a few earlier. Don't know if I was quite expecting the tornadoes and those tornadoes in that magnitude, but potentially we got kind of a strong couplet here, but that could be just straight up with just wind there. And that tornado warning expire out and with the next minute here, and then we'll be down to, there we go. 1 tornado warning, although that usually, okay, there we go, expired out. I was about to say, sometimes the warnings expire out, the warnings, like, disappear Hybrid Omega if they move out of the area, but in this case, yeah, that's not the. It's not in this case at least. I will say it's the quite an interesting return to severe weather, considering I haven't been live in a while. Because the last time, I feel like I'm talking about like old stuff a little bit of a lie here, but because the last time I was live, which was when Hurricane Melissa was making landfall on Jamaica, and that stream, I was, that was like the first time that you guys could hear me. That was like sick, and then the day, and then the following days after that, which was the 28th of October. And then after that, I had I had a cold and like a really bad cough alongside. I'm like, man, and it went on for like, well, the worst of it went on for 2 weeks. It went to like 3 weeks that went on. I'm like, oh my god, dude. Probably the longest cold I ever had in my life. And the least pleasant one. Not that colds are ever pleasant by now. Wikipedia is trying to add the tornadoes say to the tornadoes 2025. Sounds about right. Sounds about right for Wikipedia. Oh yeah, no doubt about that. It was it was definitely quite the year. Even if we didn't have like, I know, well, 2024 I would say definitely had a lot more severe war outbreaks, but and 2024, the outbreaks in 2024, I mean they were significant in magnitude, but this year was like, was it saying like quality over quantity basically? If that makes any sense. I mean, I will say it, like in terms of hurricane season, we had what, 3 Category 5s, and of course with the tornado season we had that the Rachel in North Dakota, which brought us a EF5 and Enderlin. We had, I mean, we had that nocturnal outbreak on March 14th. There's also that the tornadoes on the we also had we had those tornadoes on the 18th in April, which that day was basically like a 2025 version on of was it 2009 or not 2009 2007 when Greensburg happened. feel like next year is gonna be bad. I don't know. There's definitely a chance it could be. I am kind of curious. What does the Climate Prediction Center? I know they put out a thing about the Enzo and whatnot. La Nina is favored to continue for the next month or two with a transition to Enzo neutral, most likely in January or March 2026. And we got another severe thunderstorm warning down here, Indiana. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings are extending out along this entire line, which just make me wonder because they haven't put out a mesoscale discussion at all as of recent, other than that one that expires at 5:15 p.m. I mean, they could go either way with either a 20 watt or a severe dust watch. Although it's probably more likely they'll go with they'll obviously continue with this 20 watch, and then if possible answer. Hold on, I'm getting a call real quick. I realized I had my mic muted as soon as I said I'm back. Nice. So we got 5 minutes on this tornado warning, and then we'll be down to tornado warning, not tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado pulse tags on them and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now I'm kind of curious. Let me go from I don't know, like kind of eyeball here to like here. Basically, like 300 miles long. At least with this stretch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Probably be even longer with this one here. What is going on here? Holy lag. Yeah, it's about like 300 something. Yeah, definitely. I mean, miles a day up. I mean, they should be able to forecast and show the progression of storms the day of pretty well, especially AAA and RFS. But I'm kind of curious. I haven't looked at the MJO stuff in a while. Which, if we go to that, on, let me put it in the right window here. So this is the MJO. This is the Euro, which the Euro, I don't know what it is, but the Euro I feel like has been, I mean, Euro's been doing pretty well when it comes to the MJO. And it has the MJO kind of bounce around, kind of like, there's just like a neutral for the most part there. You see the difference between the regular Euro and then the Euro extended too. And then here's the GFS, which has going to like 3 and 4 over here. If we take a look at the mesoscale analysis as well, I mean, there's still a bunch of instability, but it does look like the storms do look like they are eventually going to be running that instability. But keep in mind, we still do have quite a bit of wind shear, which the wind shear and the forcing, well, we'll keep these storms going for a while still. Same with the vorticity. I mean, there's still enough 3K to get tornadoes going over here too. So I mean, it's not obviously not gonna be full outbreak mode like you would see on Moderate or something, but it is there. All right, and we also no longer have a tornado warning now. We're back down to a tornado watch. Go up to my tile real quick because we no longer have tornado warnings in either Indiana or Illinois. This tornado watch is probably gonna get, I mean, condensed soon here. I'll have to see when that is. Or when that happens. I'm kind of curious how long. Let me go to I'm trying to figure out how long. Oh wow, yeah, this is actually extending all the way down here. Holy. Yeah, talk about a long storm. like 500 miles long. It looks like we got a severe dust warning. This doesn't have tornado pulse tag on it, so. So as I mentioned beforehand, transitioning into more of a wind threat. Still wouldn't rule out a couple of brief tornadoes, or one or maybe a couple of brief tornadoes here and there, if they do end up producing. I'm kind of curious. Let me go to storm reports. See if we got anything. No tornado reports on here, but there are wind and hail reports. Ah, I think your English just went completely broken there. I think so. Perhaps it was so quiet. All of a sudden, boom. The sun's in a kaboom. I don't know what that was. What I just did there. That was some ASMR thing. I think. I don't know. 60 tornado pulse tag. 60 with tornado pulse tag. 60 with tornado pulse tag. Wind's starting to pick up here. I was just I heard some wind hitting the side of my house earlier. Um yeah, so I just checked my weather station and this thing just I just wanna know what this thing peaked at, today's peak? 30 mile per hour wind gusts. Squall line look like straight lines winds type of deal. It pretty much is at this point. Dropped like 7 degrees. Yeah, just a bit cold, you know. Yeah, just a bit of a cold. It's just a bit of a temperature drop. Apparently, there was a earthquake in Kentucky earlier. 3.2 magnitude earthquake occurred at 12:47 p.m. EST in Kentucky. Yeah, Central Kentucky, to be specific. Um, I don't know what specific fault would be out there. To be honest, let's see here. Nightbot just randomly popping up. So apparently just New Madrid, but that's like in Western Kentucky. Actually, how big is the New Madrid Fall actually? Probably. This is why I switch to a different radar. Just take a quick look at CC, just make sure. This is severe warning is only for almost an hour, basically. Something's popping up red at the top right there on Radar Omega, which is usually with whatever's red is usually either tornado warning or blizzard. I'm guessing blizzard. Let me just turn that on because that would be the only thing I can think of that would be possibly red. Yeah, it's just basically just blizzard. Never mind. There's actually a tornado warning now. That's gonna be for Rockville, Morton, Russellville, and Waveland in Indiana. Where is this rotation, anyways? Probably gonna be over here near Mika, probably. Because that seems like the only area that could possibly the most visible in terms of area rotating there. It's like a really tiny one, too. Actually, let me check. Honestly, weatherwise, probably picked it up first, and I didn't even hear the alert. But the tornado warning. Oh, I'm still hiccuping up my dinner. I hurt. 8. There we go. That's a little bit more of a visible area, low area rotation there from earlier near Armiesburg, and now that rotation would be around here west of Rockville, west southwest. I was gonna say if we were in a range of the terminal, we probably would be able to see any low level rotation, but we're kind of far out, too far out to even use the terminal radar. I'm gonna turn this back on here because I keep forgetting to hit buttons on my stream deck. Yeah, once we get a little closer to Indianapolis, we'll be able to use the terminal radar. Because terminal radars are very good for anything low level. Go back a little bit on radar here. And that's super strong in terms of rotation. But it is there. There are more severe dark warnings being issued, which is most of the severe dark warnings that I'm hearing now just being issued in Southern Illinois. Yeah. So up here we actually have like two of them. One for O'Hare and one for Midway. Which I wish I knew how to use these a little bit more back then, or actually used them back then, especially last year with that derecho we had. Because I mainly use the National Service radar for trying to even find tornadoes. But I'm like, all right, switch terminal, switch to back of this radar, switch to that, switch to this. Feel like James Spann out here with the camera box thing. Also, I just saw a video from earlier with a storm chaser, Luke Zim. He was actually in a tornado over near Blue Mound, and of course, in Illinois fashion, of course, you don't have a full tube. We also have another tornado warning down here, and this could be in Illinois. It could be for only Amity and Stringtown. Your rotations could be just right in there near Olney. Actually, we have two tornado warnings in Illinois. Actually, 60-degree dews. Yeah, that's about right for enough moisture for tornado threats. Still, this is a very long, like shaped tornado warning. But this is gonna be for Mount Erie, Bennington, Wynooz, Samsville, Maple Grove, Marion, West Salem, Guards Point, and Lancaster, Illinois. This is a different Marion, Illinois as well, I think. Yeah, this is a different Marion. And there's another one just to the north of that now. It's gonna be for Gallagher, Seminary, Parkersburg, Calhoun, Berryville, Helena, and Rourke, Illinois. One's got a hook coming on it. Yeah, that's that you would be correct on that. Also, I like to call it the kind of Popeye arm, basically, because it goes like. "Argh." All right, so we got one tornado warning in Indiana. We got three of them in Illinois. Does make me wonder if the Lolo jet is starting to kind of take place now too. All right, Nightbot, chill. I need to calm down the bot's messaging. Not seen a whole lot on the one in Indiana. However, we are seeing quite a bit on the one in Illinois. Although that hook that we saw is kind of like not as hook looking. I said, is this also in the 5% actually? Let me check. Oh, it's near the 5%. All right. So can I just say, I think when it comes to a tornado threat, this line looks like could be a big problem here. For straight line winds and tornadoes. And it looks like they issued another big old severe dust warning for 6 mile per winds and tornado pause tag on that. So I got a tornado pause tag on this one down here. Between Southern Illinois and Missouri, actually. We actually have cyclone port cameras down here, although I don't know what direction they are pointing in. Only airport reported 63-degree dew point for there. Holy. Moist. Actually, that's not even. Technically, that's not super high, but it is etiquette for severe weather. However, when it comes to the summer, corn sweat. Yeah, I was gonna say I agree. To be honest, I I don't like how high the dew points get, and that makes everything sweaty. Obviously, it's not humid 24/7 during summer, but like when it is, it's like oh my god, dude. I got a pool in my shoe. With all the sweat. And we have another tornado warning. That's gonna be popping up all the way down here. That's be for Fairfield, Golden Gate, Albion, and Belmont in Illinois. And that area rotation is gonna be right over by Fairfield. I mean, just looking at the regular high res velocity, you got some strong winds coming out of the side here. May actually have another one just to the northeast of that, actually, with area rotation too. Yeah, that looks like rotation for sure. So we got one here, got one that we had over here, and same here. None of them, as far as I know, produce anything. It's been mainly just rotation. Rotation, clicked exit game. And we got another severe dorsal warning. So, obviously, a tornado pause tag. Just considering this entire line, at any point could rotate. And just straight line wins. Got the Ryan Hall or to some. I've wanted to set up something like that, but I don't know how to actually set it up, to be honest. But otherwise, the allergy here is coming from Radar Omega itself. And I would not be surprised if this gets tornado warned in a second here. I've wanted to like set up. All right. Speaking of, as we are just talking about, it is now tornado warning. That's yeah. Now that also includes Belmont, but this also includes Bone Gap, Mount Carmel, and Guards Point. I say it could definitely hold up, considering. I mean, looking at that hook, it definitely could. We have another tornado warning. Be all the way up here. Yeah, I think at this point, I mean, we haven't had tornadoes produce out of these quite yet, but definitely would not rule this out being a tornado outbreak at this point. Alright, I'm just gonna. December seeing more action in prime tornado season. It really is. Might check back up on this tornado here. I don't know if we have a CC drop on this quite yet, but definitely looks like one. We'll keep an eye on that. We no longer have a tornado warning up in Indiana. Although a couple of these do. Well, these two here kind of overlap into Indiana. Now, literally, two areas rotation, literally not even a few miles from each other. Waiting for the CC to update. Because then we can confirm to see if there actually is a tornado or not, considering how pronounced that is. See, we got 6 tornado warnings ongoing. One of them is about to expire out in the next 2 minutes. Which is this one here, so technically we have 5. CC updated yet? It has. Not enough to confirmed. Confirmed. That there is indeed a tornado. Or if there is one, it's like very, very weak. But yeah, not enough. Yeah, definitely not enough to confirm that there is one for sure. And we got another big old severe dust warning down here with tornado pulse tag on. Look at severe dust warnings going all the way up here. I want to take a look at up here while we're at it. Don't think we have much other than potentially just straight line winds there. Like literally, pretty much our main concern is this entire line right here. Weather station reported 22-mile-per-hour winds. Woo! Getting gusty. Not as windy as Pontiac. How windy is Pontiac right now? 37-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that's pretty windy. Yeah, that's pretty windy. I would say so myself. Yeah. Make sure to tie down your decorations if you still have them, people. Yeah. Davenport is now below for Jesus. And ping report for snow. Oh, great. So we have double trouble going on now. Wind and wind, snow, and cold temperatures. There we go. Actually, that's 3. The tornado lab. Seems to be a big snow line south of Davenport. Let me actually go up there real quick and take a look. And we'll turn on winter weather radar. Oh, there's the snow. I'll go to Des Moines. Yeah, Des Moines. I mean, basically between radars there. It's I mean, not the heaviest snowfall I've ever seen on radar, but it is snow. So many tornado warnings. Yeah, there's quite a few tornado warnings out there right now. Like we had a kind of like where we had one there, and then all of a sudden, like within the last 20 minutes or something like that, we had a bunch get issued down here in southern Illinois. Mini December outbreak, pretty much. This storm chaser. I want to take a look at weather-wise. Because I know there's some areas that have uh has cams. I don't think there's any has cams on weather-wise in Indiana. wanted the storm chaser. I still want the storm chase this summer. Not gonna lie, next season is better than this year's. I was gonna say I wanna because I've uploaded many videos of like lightning and snow, but I have very few videos of shelf clouds. I want to get more videos of that. There's been a couple I've missed, mainly because I would be up late recording, and then by the time I wake up, the shelf cloud that happened in the morning is already passed. Or the shelf cloud happens like an hour away from my house. I'm like, bro. Do you think Central Kentucky might get a tornado watch? I mean, it's possible, but I don't know for sure. I haven't seen anything from the Storm Prediction Center on that either, so right now it's we'll see what happens. There's definitely a chance you might get one, but basically a bomb cyclone is a low pressure that drops, I think it's like 24 millibars within 24 hours. Like the low pressure drops pressure really quickly within a certain amount of time. We also have another tornado warning. It's gonna be in Bridgeport and Lawrenceville once that decides it wants to load. Actually, it's north of Bridgeport and Lawrenceville. But you have an area of rotation right over Petrolia. Let me zoom in real quick here, see if we got anybody else. I think it's just Petrolia and that skinny tornado warning. Got a small, yeah, it's got a small hook on it. We are now up to 5 tornado warnings now. And now we have another severe thunderstorm warnings, which is going to be for 20 mile pulse tag and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, so the Storm Prediction Center did just issue a MCD, but it's not concerning the severe weather. It's concerning the blizzard up in central Minnesota and northern Iowa. So, we're still gonna be waiting a while for our MCD for severe weather. It looks like. Also, another thing too, on Twitter I follow a bunch of I follow a bunch of IEM accounts, but I follow specific ones like the SPC. So the IEM bot, when it picks up a notification from the SPC, I know, okay, the SPC is about to release a MCD or something like that, or a new Outlook, or a watch. Whether it be a tornado watch, severe thunderstorm watch. I actually do also have on the side, if I really wanted to look at it, is the IM bot monitor too. So I see all IM bots talking at once, basically. So I can see from different WFOs, the SPC, the National Hurricane Center, basically anything National Weather Service related. And I think we're back down to 4 tornado warnings now. Yeah, we're back down to 4 because one of them expired. 60-degree dew point near Lawrenceville. I could actually let me holy lag that Radar Omega is doing right now. What is going on? Hold on, let me refresh. That's a little bit better. Alright, there we go. Okay, Radar Omega recently updated its METAR thing as well. Well, it was a month or two back. So now you can like look at station plots without having to click on a radar. Does Radar Omega have the wind barbs that Radar Scope has? I'm guessing on the station plots. Because if you talk about station plots, they do, but it's like very hard to see. Like even zooming in on them, it's like. They are there, but the icons are just tiny. And there's no way to increase the size as far as I know. Another big severe torrential warning. Tornado pause tag with 60-mile-per-hour winds. I still got 4 tornado warnings going on. The only one I could really see that might be trying to do something. Okay, that's a really weird. That's gotta be the weirdest condensing I've ever seen. Where they saw, they saw the 2 tornado warnings still going on, but it's still the 2 tornado warnings they issued from earlier. Also, they did upgrade this to now 70-mile-per-hour winds instead of 60, which is likely because of all this here. But this is definitely definitely seeing the straight line wind part of this for sure. How much is my weather station? My weather station is now down to 45 degrees. So it's getting down there. There's definitely a likelihood, for sure, that you guys get a tornado watch. Considering that this tornado threat is still going, I mean, where the here? So this is what the vertical wind profile looks like at the Evansville radar site, and you can see the curvature in your winds which is I mean, it's more than likely the reason why we're seeing a favorable environment right now for these QLCS tornadoes. And alerts keep disappearing on Radar Omega. What is this? My radios will go crazy. Yeah, all you got here is just and whatever other sounds, what the radio's making, stuff like that. Now down to 42 degrees. I was waiting for it to like, with the cold air, just drop it off to like 20 degrees. Oh, I forgot that on Pivotal Weather, there's the RTMA, which shows like the, I want to say real time, but it's not really showing the latest temperatures. So here's what it looks like. So this is 12Z Sunday, going to Sunday today. See all that cold air. You see that cold front making its way down. And actually I wonder, can I go to regional? I can. And this is the last looks like update was at 23Z. And here's a dew point. Same thing with the dew points. You can look at all this kind of stuff. That's the wind chill right back over here in Iowa and all that. Cold. 16-year radios have one type. Jesus. We know up to 31 mile per hour winds. Arctic air go burr. Quite literally. Oh, I didn't even realize there's actually RTMA for cloud cover too, actually. And there's also one for gust. Gee, I wonder where the wind is. I wonder. Jeez. And this is wind gust, by the way. This is the RTMA was showing 48 all the way down here. What the? And then this is 24-hour change in temperature. Obviously, got that warm up, so it's gonna be obviously orange and stuff. And then boom, cold air. Still got 420 warnings still going on. Two of them are infused into each other. We got a broad area near Ogden now. Hey guys, you guys know about the tornado warning that was inside a tornado warning? Now you do. There's a tornado warning inside the tornado warning. I would not be surprised if this gets extended into Indiana at this point. These would probably be led to expire out. Severe dose warnings are starting to expire out up here. Luckily, just considering in case that the severe threat is starting to go down. Although the area over north of Lebanon, Indiana, that is likely just wind because that's in a lower reflectivity area. Reset the alerts again. I might as well. Why not? We'll send the RTMA in chat here. So that's all. If you guys want to look at that, you can. That's the link for that. Also, I do want to try and find. I lost it with the one guy that was. Oh, there we go. Luke Zim. There we go. Send a link to that in chat as well. So you guys want to look at that. Oh, he actually does have a short clip on it. With YouTube Shorts. So if you guys prefer that, if the link decides it wants to load. So if you guys want to look at that, the link is there. My chroma key is chroma keying me out because the greenness of the velocities. That is one thing I want to figure out is how I can separate the chroma key and not have everything reflecting off my screen onto the chroma key. That is one thing I've always had some issues with. Watch an area near Allendale as well. Alright, so we got 320 warning specs far out with the next 4 minutes. There's a chance that we have another tornado warning get issued soon here, especially with the area near Mount Carmel. And we have a tornado warning I got issued, but they completely disappeared. Even disappeared on WeatherWise. But usually WeatherWise doesn't do that, but Radar Mega does. No idea why. Then again, they're coded differently, so that would probably be why. Alright, is this got to pop up or what? Because what was just issued like 2 seconds ago? I know I saw some. I know there wasn't just a ghost tornado warning issued. Unless there was, I don't know. Alright, so with that tornado warning in the middle that they had, they're allowing it to expire out. They still have the one on top of that still going, so I don't know what's going on with that. Unless they did just cancel it. I think they just canceled it. Yeah, they canceled it out. And these are about to expire out within the next minute here. And once those expire out, I'll be back in a second. It'd be funny if as soon as I go to leave, a tornado warning gets issued. Because that happened once already. And we no longer have any tornado warnings after a while, though. It's was quite the few moments that we had multiple tornado warnings going on there. Yeah, update my title real quick. And it looks like we're down to a special weather statement down here. Probably for gusty winds. Which, at this point, we're probably seeing more of a wind threat potentially with some of these areas, but especially the southwest area, I guess you could say. And then we just have this entire line here that we're still be watching. Still got a Surge warning here that's still going on, but anyways, I'll be right back real quick, and yeah. back again. So I got a couple, still a couple hours left on this tornado warning. I got a severe dust warning. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, mainly. No tornado pause tag on that. This one also just has a 60-mile-per-hour wind on it as well. No tornado pause tag on it. I still have not seen any MCD from the Storm Prediction Center on this. So there's a chance that we may not even get a extension on that tornado watch. And I'll be just this Alliance Sphere Storms that will be producing gusty winds and an isolated tornado here or there. What is I keep forgetting, what is satellite? Alright, so this is satellite, so this is LWIR. You can really tell where the cold front is, where the storms have been initiating. If we go to Mosaic, you could actually see a little bit better, I would say. You see the storms from this morning, and then you see the storms that initiate this afternoon and have been continuing to initiate. They made their way all the way down towards Texas. You got more storms that kind of fired up here, but that's not associated, I would think, with the cold front. But this one long squall. Now we go back to the continental here. I want to take a look at the LWR again. You see the low pressure back here too. We've turned the 500 millibar wrap analysis. Yeah, there's your low. And obviously, you got your diverging winds just east, which have been keeping these storms going and firing up throughout this afternoon into this evening. If we look at the low level water vapor, you can also see where your dry air is at. I forget. I think it's mid level that you can see this a little bit better with when it comes to troughs, but this Lion Storms is starting to, at least the northern side is starting to kind of fall apart, and the rest of this, the storm it's kind of falling apart a little bit, but that's in terms of the severe threat itself rather than the storms themselves. Also, this camera is this? Oh, okay, there we go. I remember there was a camera here, I think, right in Lexington, but it was real weird. It didn't seem like it worked properly. feel like there's like some rotation near Bicknell, but if there is, it's pretty broad. Sure, bouncing back and forth. It's almost 6:30. That feels like 7 o'clock. Oh, terminal radar may have an area near Center Valley that's rotating. Other than that, I don't think we really have anything that looks super concerning in terms of rotation. At least at the lower levels. Also, that's the Discord if you guys want to join. It's not. I mean, it's not a ton of activity in there yet, but It's growing, kind of. Not really, but it will. The Discord server will grow at some point. We have another Spirit Rush warning here. Both these are now warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Don't really have anything in terms of severe reduction warnings down here. Still wouldn't rule out maybe a brief tornado down here. Watching this area here, just east of Simpson. So watching the area anywhere over here. Actually, an area near Bloomfield looks like broad rotation. And there was an area that I was looking at. If I can click on the terminal radar, that was near Hazelwood. Well, east of Hazelwood, which was right here. That looked like it was rotation, but hard, hard to kind of tell. Turn on and off the alerts again because things want to break every 2 seconds. Oh, I'm seeing some videos and photos coming out of the UP of Michigan, and it is. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense why there's a blizzard warning up there, but I mean, they're just blowing snow up there, man. If I remember correctly, too, if I go over to Pivot Weather, it does where is it? Does actually show the hazards out there right now, so you can see on like basically a map. There's actually winter weather advisories going on out here. Is there actually a blizzard warning in Texas or not? Oh yeah, Texas and New Mexico. New Mexico. Yeah, there is. There's legit a blizzard warning going on in New Mexico and Texas. And of course, you have this big old blizzard warning up here and up here. A lot of winter weather going on up here in the upper Midwest. Also, I think this is probably gonna be uh the last of severe weather we talk about for a while too, because otherwise it's just gonna be cold weather that we're gonna be talking about for a while as well. I'll look up and down the line here. Not seeing anything I would say significant in terms of rotation. Still eyeing the eye. The eye? Eyeing the eye. Yeah, that makes sense for a sentence. Still eyeing the area over by Bloomfield, Indiana, still. Since that seems like an area that looks like has broad rotation on it. Because we go back to Storm Relative, you can see that. Is it consistent with... Does Storm Relative... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, does Storm Relative have a different tilt? But no, it doesn't. What about weather-wise? Let me go to weather-wise real quick. Okay, so yeah, that is now a tornado warned. Okay. That is going to be for Bloomfield, Cincinnati, and Salisbury in Indiana. If you're in those areas, make sure you're getting to your safe place, as you're now in a tornado warning. Whether it be a lowest part building your home, lowest part building your home, or interior part building your home. As the CC is absolutely just contaminated. Is the Evansville radar really the closest for this? Or is it just going to the... Okay, no, it's pretty much in between radar sites right now with this area rotation over in Bloomfield. I just did a kickflip with my mouse. This is like it's like one of those skateboard things, like detect decks or whatever. If I recall, this was rotate for a little bit too. It's been rotating for a little bit. Kind of started showing up when been kind of showed up when it was, I would say, east of Lynn, and still rotating now. All right, we have another tornado warning. That's gonna be south in Indiana now. That's gonna be an interesting one to pronounce. Hobstat. You also got Warrenton, Wheatonville, Rosebud, Jarrett's, Buckskin. Those are also all basically areas here in Indiana. So we have two tornado warnings ongoing in Indiana. See what the velocities look like. Which the air rotation will likely be right here because you have your strong velocities on this side and weaker velocity on that side there. and Storm Relative does confirm that basically as well. So it would be it's basically relatively there with rotation. I think there's another way you can technically confirm that too, which is at least the differential reflectivity, which looking at that, it's just complete contamination on radar. Back a little bit here. I mean it's broad rotation in general, and it still looks to be broad, but this area I want to keep an eye on, see if that ends up doing anything at all. Although the one near Hobstadt, I'm still kind of guessing on the name for that. Actually, is there a second one down near St. James? Actually, may actually have a second area of rotation near St. James. We actually may have a case again where we have two different areas of rotations right near each other. Yeah, not really seeing too much in terms of rotation now on this. Or if there still is rotation, it's more broad than it was earlier. Still got the area near Hubstat, which actually does have a hook on it, actually. Looks like they actually ended up canceling out that tornado warning over near Bloomfield actually. So we're back down to one tornado warning, which is just now with the rotation east of Hubstat now. So why does it feel like there's something underneath my nails? Or not nails, but my fingernail. I kind of wish there was a thermal radar here. Because, I mean, would be helpful with trying to see the low levels on this thing. I mean, just going back actually on velocity, you can see where that rotation started ramping up in your Hubstat. And it's still going on. I feel like I'm making a lot of circles, but I mean, it works, I guess. But I saw a Storm Prediction Center pop up. What is this? Hold on, let me see. Oh, it's a mesoscale discussion earlier for the blizzard conditions. Nothing. Still nothing. Recently, nothing as of recent yet for the severe weather ongoing right now. They did condense that tornado warning as well. We'll see what happens with next 12 minutes, I guess. Which there's a chance that they don't end up continuing this tornado warning, since it's starting to go more basically outflowy, meaning it's more straight line winds compared to having a inflow notch. On vacation in Tennessee, pitching forge in December. There's that. I can't speak English, man. Holy. December 30th. Are we going? On December 30th, we are going to Kentucky. Are there chances for snow? All right, let me take a quick look at some forecast models real quick here, because I don't think there's really anything in terms of snow to be concerned for. A lot of that should stay towards way towards the north, and like Michigan and Wisconsin and all that. Yeah, a lot of the snow is gonna be staying way north, like way north. Like, let me get this up real quick. All right, so this is just to get a comparison up here. So go back a little bit here. So this is December 30th, 12Z. This is the GFS, and then this is the Euro. And I mean, there's some snow some of these models pick up on in Kentucky, at least on this side here. But honestly, I would not really expect too much of snow. But there are chances for snow. Gotta be 13 degrees in the mountains tomorrow. Holy, that's gonna be chilly. I should probably pull up the temperatures on the GFS for the. There we go. Yeah, so it's literally just blue. I mean, it warms up a little bit during the day, but In the mountains, it's gonna be way colder. But yeah, it's cold and some chances for snow, but it's not gonna be a crazy amount of snow. If it does. Like here's the once again here's the 10-to-1 total snow accumulation. Yeah, no problem. Have a fun time in the mountains. I don't know why I just randomly thought of Vikings and mountains just now. They're near Winslow that has a tiny area rotation. Like right in there. It's once again, it's small, but it is there. Right, you can see once again with just my monitor, you can see how much it lights up my face. Alright, I mean, looks like we don't have a tornado warning anymore, but I'm pretty sure there still is one in place. Yeah. So there still is a tornado warning in place. I think. Actually, wait, hold on. All the warnings disappeared again. That's why. But yeah, so we still have a tornado warning still in place. Gonna be going for another 8 minutes. And then after that, we're back down to no tornado warnings again. The SPC just updated the outlook, and there's a quite literal banana for the slight risk. Oh, once it updates on here, I'll show you guys, which it hasn't updated quite yet, but other than that, outside of the tornado warning down here, that I think now it just got canceled out, maybe, or tornado warning for northwestern Warwick, southeastern Houston will expire. They'll be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds are still possible with the storm. So there's still a tornado warning in place. It's just being allowed to expire out. And there's actually a wind report here. 61 mile per hour winds. Public report. I check some of these areas here because I feel like there's a couple areas here that look like they're trying to do something here. And there was one area near Winslow I was looking at earlier. Yeah, this area right here. Which looks like it was trying to have a hook on it, but it just never did anything. And they dropped the tornado pulse tag on that. So there's a chance that looking at ahead of this line, looks like they might not issue a tornado watch. Potentially. That red, okay, that red, okay. I'm like, why is that red? But no, I still wonder if it can't be picking up the blizzard because I have the winter alerts turned off. Oh, there's I forgot. There's actually a cyclone port down here in Metropolis, Illinois. You see how I mean, obviously because camera's elevated, it's gonna be shaking a lot, but even then, it's pretty gusty down here. Not really seeing a whole lot of lightning. Alright, I think we can. I think I can officially. Oh, I can take. I can take off that tornado. I can take off the tornado warning. It's graphic and formats here because we don't technically. I mean, technically, it's being allowed to expire out, but just waiting for it to officially expire out before I turn off the thing. And they just updated this tornado warning, and I not tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning to just still 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's just now basically a triangle. It pretty much looks like this because this is now getting to National Service Louisville's responsibility area. So we'll see National Service Kentucky start issuing severe thunderstorm warnings in a second here. And the Tornado Watch is being updated slowly but surely. Alright, so I got man, the tornado warning still. There's an area, still that area near Winslow. I'm still eyeing right now though. And that tornado warning has gonna expire out in a second here. And that has now officially expired. So we're back down to just tornado watch, the tornado watch, and the severe thunderstorm warnings. So will not rule out potentially a couple brief areas rotation still. This area here near Harrodsburg that has my eye on it right now. See if the all right. The new Mesoscale discussion. All right. Let's go over to that. And all right. So areas of damaging winds or brief tornado remain possible, and they have this. It's concerning the tornado watch, but they have it extending outside the tornado watch. So that makes me wonder if there's a chance that this may get an extension. All right, let's see. Given a loss of heating and rapidly moving cold front, the severe storm's risk is expected to last a few hours until the line pushes through to narrow its billy axis. And in the near term, the greatest risk areas continue to be within the tornado watch, staying from central Indiana to western Kentucky. Watch may be locally extended in time or space as conditions warrant. So there's a chance that that there. So there's a chance that some areas may be extended in the Troy watches in Kentucky and Indiana. We got Spirit Dust Warnings down here again with Tornado Pause tag on it. This one I could see where the tornado potential will come out of, which would be the one near Waverly, but not too sure about the area near Evansville. The area near Velpin also, I think it's the same area I was talking about near Winslow. Still has rotation on it still. And I think what I'm gonna do now. Do I even have the clock set up properly on here? No, I do not. I do not have it set up properly on my Stream Deck. Which what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch over to. Wait, I don't think. Yeah, this clock is not working properly. Hold on, let me go and fix that. There we go. Now it's fixed. Okay. I don't know what happened beforehand. That was doing that. And we have a tornado warning in Kentucky now. It's gonna be for Corydon, Smith Mills, Henderson, Spotsville. Once again, that's gonna be in Kentucky. There is a bit of a hook on this. Right to the west of Corydon. I gotta turn on this. There we go. All right, now that now we're in business here. Yeah. Once again, The area rotation is gonna be over near King Mills and just west of Corydon. We are a couple minutes behind on radar right now, so this is pretty much right on the doorstep now of Corydon. Moving east at 60, which is pretty quick. I think I can actually do this. Hold on. If it decides it wants to not be broken for 2 seconds. There we go. Go from here all the way to over here. All right, there we go. So this is basically the estimated times for some of these areas. So obviously Corydon, this is right at your doorstep, and then Burke City, Newman, and Griffith. This will be in your area within the next half hour or so, basically. Go back a little bit here. A little bit of last scan was a little bit more of a hook. It's starting to not have as much of a hook as it would have did last scan. Still looks to be some broad rotation still over near Corydon. Well, right on top of Corydon, pretty much. So I got still the same area of rotation. This is the sign it wants to be laggy for no reason. Got an area near west of Rankin. You got 2 areas here that have like rotation on it, but they're kind of broad for the most part. Not super tight rotation areas. Like the 20 watch just updated again. That is a once again skinny severe dorsal morning with 12 pause tag and 6 mile per hour winds on it. Let me check back up here again real quick while we're at it. It looks like we have a little bit of a hook here, but velocities don't show too much of anything. The velocities are well. Velocity is the only thing in my head right now. Nothing on CC as far as I can tell. Weird radar omega bug where it turns everything blue for some reason. That is clear air contamination and not a tornado. As okay, CCS updated, reflectivity's updated, velocities have updated. So all three things that I'm looking at here have updated. Still seems like we got two areas here that we're watching. Still at kind of like the same area, kind of just same. I don't call it like I want to call it stage, but kind of like not we'll call it stage. Kind of same stage, I guess. I don't know. There's a word I'm blanking. There's a lot of words I'm blanking on that I feel like I could describe this. I think we're starting to have less of rotation now alongside this, and it's starting to become more outflowy again here, rather than have an inflow notch in the line. Still watching an area near Carlenberg, but other than that, not seeing too much in terms of tornado activity. A lot of wind, I will tell you that much. Sphere Dust warning. Uh, Tornado warning just disappeared out of thin air. Okay, so there's indeed no longer a tornado warning in place now in Kentucky. Was not expecting that to be canceled out of just nowhere, but alright. Oh, definitely still gotta be watching this area down here, because I think this is probably where we have the greatest threat for tornadoes. And then the greater threat for wind would be up here in Indiana. We had this giant severe thunderstorm warning. Everything breaking as per usual. There's an area here, though, just north of Roberts, that looks concerning, to be honest, but that's likely just wind, because there's not really a hook or anything here. Also, I haven't looked down here in a while, but there are a couple areas down here in this portion of Kentucky that have rotation on them. Like, we got one over near Smithland, got one over near Oaks, we got another one northwest of Dogwood, potentially one west of Viola, and one west of Dublin. Although velocities are probably a little bit behind. Then potentially another one here, but definitely one near. What did I say? Here. All right, so here, potentially actually here. And obviously, they're not gonna warn every single part, every single little thing. But otherwise, you get warning. You get fatigue from warning. Severe dashing warning. This got issued for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like no tornado pulse tag on it. And they dropped the trial pause tag on that there. So my guess they're just keeping it with the case that it's just outflow dominant at the moment. And mainly just straight line wins at this point. And of course, they're still keeping the trial pause tag on this. So got half hour till this 20 watch expires out. Although this looks like it's going longer down here. Although that's definitely gotta be canceled out very quickly. No doubt. But just right now, what I'm doing, I'm trying to see if we got anything in terms of, I don't know, trying to see if anybody's posting anything with the storm videos, photos, whatnot. Definitely quite a bit of damage in the areas that got affected by the tornadoes earlier in Illinois. Oh, just. I may bring up a couple of cyclone ports here. Bring up this one here. And then I don't know, we'll go with this one here in Morgantown. If it decides to load, of course. If it decides to load, of course. Which it did. Yippee! So I'll keep those cameras up for now. And yeah. Actually, I'm kind of lagging again here. So I've got a couple areas here, one near Mayfield potentially, but definitely an area near Clear Springs that looks like it's rotating here. And same near Possum Trot too, that looks like it's rotating as well. So two areas that are definitely clear areas of rotation. Not sure if they'll actually get warned or not, but there's actually no trail policy on us. Zero direction warning here. Thought they would at least put that, but guess not in this case. My guess is likely because it's kind of out. I want to say it's outrunning some of its environment here, but looking at the surface vorticity, surface of 3 kilometer cape. There's still enough ingredients here for tornadoes, and still enough forcing 4 storms too. Obviously, all of this is gonna be. It's been linear for a while. At this point, I wouldn't expect it to change to something not linear. Actually, another area just rotating right here too, way east of Smithless, between Smithland and Eddyville. Looks like I actually have a wind report. 6 mile per hour winds here in Evansville, Indiana. Train spotter estimated 50 to 6 mile per hour winds near Wesselman Park. I can't click on this. There we go. What the? Oh, that's why. I'm like, what just happened? I thought I magnified my YouTube studio, but no. I just scrolled down. I did not want to click that. I just put everything I have on my desktop into random squares. Great. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. I don't know what I don't know why I don't know about click, but dragged, I guess, across my screen. I did something apparently though. All right, so it looks like a lot of the Twitter watch up here is there's a couple. Oh wait, no, that didn't get canceled. I thought it was getting canceled off for a second, but no. But yeah, I would expect a lot of the counties back here to start getting canceled out of the Twitter watch in southeastern Illinois and southeastern Illinois, southeastern Illinois, something like that, and also in Kentucky too. But that's probably gonna be a little while till we see that happen. Current things, some things update. That would be the Tornado Watch again, which is expire out within the next hour. Although those show it's extended on Radar Omega. We got new Sphere Dust running actually up here with Tornado Pulse tag on it. Actually, it probably been going on for a little while actually, because his 23 minutes on it. Oh no, this was issued about 2 minutes ago actually. I thought this was issued like 7 minutes ago. But apparently not, okay. Yeah, we got a bit of rotation in there. Interesting spot for there to be rotation at. Although velocities are 3 minutes behind, so we'll have to wait for that to update. Alright, I'm gonna be right back real quick. back again. And I gotta reset the Great Omega again. There we go. Alright, so. So far as I know, there was no tornado warnings while I was away from my PC here. That is some strong velocities in there, just north of Rugby. Not super tight, so probably potentially just wind there. Wouldn't rule out a tornado though. Oh, I got hiccups now. Nice. I'm back. You guys ever just get those random, like, feels like back pain just out of nowhere? Although my posture isn't the best, so that's probably why. Then again, I am kind of sitting upright with my back, not so much my legs though. I still got obviously severe torrential warnings going on, and I think most of this is other than maybe a couple areas here, like west of Wiswell, potential rotation, but not enough to consider it being rotation. And then obviously got Toronto Posteg up here, which we had a bit of rotation up here, but it doesn't look like that's the case anymore. Actually, might have an area here that could be a concern, but other than that, it's I think our main concern is gonna be now wind at this point. So, but anyways, I think that's gonna be good for this coverage for tonight. If you do end up being in a tornado warning through tonight, which I think a lot of this threat is starting to go down. I'll be just gusty winds for the most part. Um, Obviously, if you're in a tornado warning, make sure you go to List Part Building Home, most tier part building your home. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next stream. Not sure when that'll be because it's kind of been not exactly a favorable pattern for severe weather, and it's been a more of a pattern for no severe weather but very cold weather and winter weather in general. To be honest, yeah. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next stream.